And welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined. We're going to be working at all three, these two left and center benches right here. So feel free to sit wherever you like. We're going to be working on these goblets for now, right here on the front pedestal in front of you guys. I was just describing this to some people in the front, but we're making these seahorses for the stem of the goblet. And they actually use a little bit of real gold leaf in the details of the seahorse, as well as there just being an overall gold color. And these goblets are eventually going into the Red Hot auction, which we have once a year in the fall. It's going to be somewhere mid to late September. We will have this auction. We'll sell off these goblets and some larger pieces. It's a really big event, again, that we have each year to raise funds for the museum. So this is, of course, the body of the seahorse that we're working on right here at the center bench. We have so far gotten the texture, the color, and we're just now starting to twist that tail onto itself. And you'll see this later on, but it's important that we have two benches to work at throughout the day so that we can bring multiple pieces together for one larger piece. All of these goblets, we make the individual cup, the individual stem, the individual foot, and then we bring everything together kind of at the end. So earlier I mentioned that we're going to be using a little bit of real gold leaf. That's sitting inside of this black box right here close to the front. This has some air pulling downward so the gold leaf doesn't fly away. We've picked a little bit of that up with some clear molten glass, and then we're just going to start applying this to our piece, to our seahorse, to create the fins, to create the face, and all of those smaller details. Yeah, welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined in. A couple things I want to point out. This is our resident Hot Shop team working on the floor today. So these guys work here full time. This is their 9 to 5, and you'll see them basically anytime you come in. They do a ton of different things down on the Hot Shop floor. Today we're working on specifically those Red Hot auction items, as I mentioned to you guys. But other days that you come in, they might be working with or helping a visiting artist bring their visions to life. They might be working on kids design glass pieces, which we have an entire section of the museum called Art Alley, a long lane of these displayed pieces from kids design glass. So you can actually see some of these today. Basically, for kids 12 and under, they submit a drawing to the museum, and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. And this is really incredible because it's completely free, and we always make 2 of them. So one goes home with the family, and then one stays here at the museum. And we do this once a month as well. So you can submit each month and try to get those pieces made. Yeah, it's really incredible. So over on the left bench, while we're working on our seahorse here at the center bench, we're doing a little bit of prep work for a project that we're going to see later on in the day, which is actually a glass ski lift. Sounds a little bit random, but each year the Hot Shop team works on a piece of furniture for the Northwest Furniture Bank's auction that they have each year. And this year's a little bit different. They're working on these pieces basically as a commission, but it is raising funds for the Northwest Furniture Bank. And these pieces are going to specific individuals who purchase those auction items. So this is a piece of cane, that long stick of colored glass that Gabe just pulled. We'll use for the slats or boards for our ski lift. So for our seahorse, just catching up at the center bench here, we have the overall shape of the neck and the head. We're just starting to bring over these bits of gold glass again and turn them into all those facial features like the snout of the seahorse we just created. The eyes are actually really interesting. It's a little hard to see from far away, but the eyes are these individual little pieces of glass that are yellow with a little black center. And those are, on their own, a little bit complicated to make. So just so many details in this piece. So this right here, this silver box, you'll see us using it throughout the day. It's called the garage, and it keeps things warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we just were preheating or keeping those eyes for the seahorse warm inside of that box. Now we can pick them up onto our piece. And we need to make sure to keep all of our glass just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we're working with it in the hot shop. So this piece right here, even though it's pretty much solid, you can tell it's not moving very much at this point, we're still keeping it at that temperature to prevent it from breaking from thermal shock. Meanwhile, the molten glass that Trent keeps pulling out of this tank with the closed door, this is sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's kind of the upper end of the temperature of the glass that we work with in here. It's completely molten to a honey texture at that temperature. So the way that we usually work on goblets is we'll work on the same component over and over for a short period of time so that we have a few of those pieces. I'd say usually like 4 to 10, depending on the exact goblet and, you know, how fast we want to put them together. We'll set them all aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. Oftentimes we'll set them aside in here to keep them warm temporarily, and then we'll work on the other components such as, you know, the bowl and the foot of the goblet, and then we'll just bring everything together by pulling the pieces out of the box and connecting them with little bits of molten clear glass. And again, Gabe is doing a little bit of prep work over here for the next piece that we're going to be seeing. So he's pulling a flat cane. Cane are these sticks of colored glass. A flat cane is just a flat stick of colored glass, right? We're going to be laying these out and picking them up to create these wooden boards or slats for the ski lift chair. Just a little miniature ski lift that we're making. So apparently we can reuse or use basically any kind of glass, but our hot shop specifically, we use a very specific and very pure mixture, a soda lime glass. So we have mostly silica sand, a little soda ash, and a little limestone. Oh, and something that I was telling some other audience members that I didn't share with you guys is that little bit of clear that I picked up earlier off of that table, right? I threw it into a bucket over here, and we will reuse that glass. We reuse all of our clear glass just by crushing it up and throwing it back into the furnace, basically. So that was a pretty quick move. If you missed it, I'll describe real quick what we just did. We finished off kind of the lower half of the body for the seahorse, and then we attached another pipe to the end and broke it off of its original pipe. So now we can work on the head end of our seahorse. Also, if you haven't seen us work with gold leaf before, that's what this box is set up for right here. It's kind of an unfamiliar piece of equipment, right? So there's air kind of pulling or suctioning downward inside of this box. So when we place the gold leaf down, it keeps it right where we place it. It doesn't blow away because it's so thin and light. And for those who just joined in, I was just pointing out a couple of new things, and what we're working on are these goblets that you see on the front pedestals right here. We're specifically working on the seahorse that's going in the stem of the goblet. And the seahorse has an overall amber color, but all of the bits that we're attaching for the fins and the face, all those details are being colored with gold leaf, which is why we have this piece of equipment out right here. And just to point out again, these are specifically for a red hot auction, which is going to happen mid to late September. It's coming up around the corner. Good question. So just in case anyone else is curious and hasn't heard this story before, the reason the museum is shaped this way is actually based off the area's history, which was used for a lot of, well, the Theophos waterway specifically was used for a lot of logging purposes. They would send logs down, they would burn leftover wood scraps in these wood burners shaped just like this cone dotted along the waterway. And of course, all of that kind of slowed down, petered out. These burners stopped being used because we used up every single little wood scrap instead of burning them. And so eventually, those were demolished. The waterway was cleaned up. The bridge was built. The museum was built. And so just kind of paying tribute to the area's history. That's the shape of this cone is the same as those wood burners that used to be on our waterway. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you two. We're going to be working on these goblets that you see on the two front pedestals. And hopefully you can see them all right from where you're sitting, but these have seahorses in the stem of the goblet. So the way that these are made, we are working on one right now, right here at the center bench. We first create the body, and then we eventually well, this is very simply put, right? It's not the entire thing. Make the body, and then we start bringing over these bits of colored glass and attaching them to create the fins and the face and all these smaller details. So we have someone who's constantly running over these little pieces of glass, and we're just attaching them one by one. We just attached the eyes off of this little metal tray here. We have a few eyes laid out, which are yellow and little black centers. And the color that we're using for these small bits of glass that we're bringing over is gold leaf that we're picking up from inside of this black box. And then we run that bit of glass over and attach it before cutting it off and shaping it into its final form. So this is very detail-oriented glasswork. It's pretty small scale compared to some of the pieces that you'll see made in here, which I've seen pieces that are like 80 pounds of solid glass. It's blown or it's stretched out really long. Depending on the day you come in, you'll see something really small and detailed like this, or you'll see something really heavy. These guys have a really wide range of skills. They've worked with artists from around the world. They've been working with glass themselves for 20 to 30 years individually for a lot of the full-time team here, and a little over 30 years at this point for some of them. But this is our resident hot shop team. And I don't know if we have this ready to show off, but do we have the image of the ski lift chair that we've been working on and off on? So for those who joined in more recently, I wanted to talk about a project that we're going to see in the second half of the day, which is a miniature ski lift chair. And this is basically part of the annual auction for the Northwest Furniture Bank. This is something that the museum does each year. We'll make an item for them to auction off and raise funds for the Northwest Furniture Bank. Usually it's something like a couch or a chair or a stool, right? But this year it's a ski lift. And we did have an image to show off a little while back, but we might not have it just at the moment. Hey, there it is. Yeah, so we're going to be working on this piece that you see on the screen. Technically, we've already made one of these in the past, so this will be the second one that we're working on. That's what these sticks of colored glass on the floor are going to be for. This is a piece of flat cane, so kind of a rectangular long shape to be used for the wooden boards or slats for our ski lift. Actually, the way that we've been making these, because these stems are pretty complicated, we'll get into a rhythm or flow. We'll make a few in a row, and then we'll set them aside to keep them warm. And then we'll start working on the other components and attaching them all together one by one. So we will break this off onto a heated metal tray, and then we'll bring it over to the garage, the silver box right here, to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Basically just putting the piece of glass on pause, essentially. So not warm enough to melt it, not cold enough to let it crack and break. And that's only the second one we have made today. These each take between 20-25 minutes to create. And that's just the seahorse itself. It's not the bowl and the foot of the goblet. So I've had people ask about that, and it's not super significant, so I don't usually point it out just on its own, but it's we're saving all those little excess cuttings of the gold leaf wrapped glass just because gold leaf is expensive to work with, and we're just using a tiny, tiny amount at a time. So they're hoping to find a way to use this for some other project down the line or use it in some sort of way instead of just throwing it away. I don't know if they've found a way that they're going to use it yet, but they've made sure to keep all of the little cuttings over the months that we've been working on this project. So this is the very beginning of the process for the seahorse. We've already stuffed the glass into a mold, which gives us ridges right from the end of the pipe all the way to the end of the glass. It's called an optic mold. And with the finished seahorse, we have almost like a waffle texture, these crisscrossing lines of color. So we have our lines in one direction. We have to wrap glass around to create that sort of waffle texture. So we use this roller setup in the front. After lightly touching down a piece of molten glass, as we turn the pipe, this creates a wrap of glass around the entire, well, I was going to say bubble. We usually use this for bubbles, but solid rod of glass. And welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So I'm going to be explaining what we have going on here real quick, and then I'll just hop into explaining what we're doing on the hot shop floor. So in general, this is our resident hot shop team. These guys work here full time for the museum. And we are working on these goblets that you see on the front pedestal. So this is the final product, is a goblet with a seahorse instead of the stem or in the stem of the goblet. And something kind of cool about these seahorses is that they have actual gold leaf as the color for the fins and the face and all of these small details. So we're working on one of the seahorses right now here at the center bench. What we'll do is we'll make multiple of the seahorses, we'll set them aside, and then we'll start working on the other components and then bring everything together closer to the end. This is just the first half of the day, project-wise. So we're going to see these goblets for the first half of the day, and then the second half of the day, we're going to see a completely different project, which is a miniature ski lift chair. And yeah, feel free to take a closer look at these finished pieces, take photos of them, take photos or videos of the hot shop. Anything is welcome. So we're just trying to work on the head end of the seahorse. And just to talk about the hot shop a little bit, this is something I haven't touched on for a few minutes at least. So we always start our projects in the furnace, which is this tank with the closed door here. And Trent's about to go in there. This is holding a pool of molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of a large ceramic crucible. So that's kind of the upper end temperature of the glass that we work with in here. And then to reheat the glass, make it malleable again, or to just keep it warm enough, we use this large open face furnace, which is up to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the difference between these two. That one is actually physically holding glass, the one with the closed door, and then this one is just heat right here at the bench. So we have the main body, the seahorse itself, right here at the center bench. And then continuously, Trent's going to be bringing over these small bits of glass that he's rolling in that gold leaf inside of this black box right here. There's gold leaf laid out. And these are creating all the little details like the fins and ears and just the snout of the seahorse. And we never let the glass drop below 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in the hot shop. If it drops too far below that, then it'll crack and break from thermal shock. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I want to catch you up on our project real quick. So hopefully you guys could see this just fine from where you're sitting, but this is the final product right here, these goblets on the front pedestal. And these are going into our Red Hot auction, which we have once a year in the fall. It's going to happen mid to late September, so we actually will be selling these finished pieces. We end up making tons of these goblets to sell. So we started working on these pieces almost a year in advance, maybe a little bit less than a year in advance. We started working on these goblets, and we just fit them in between visiting artists and other big events that we have going on, which is constant. We just had a large group of visiting artists here for 2 weeks in a row. And that actually relates to the drawings that we're seeing up at the center bench right here. Somebody asked about that earlier. And so that was one of the pieces that they worked on right there on the board. But yeah, these auctions, the Red Hot auction specifically, they choose a theme each year and they base the goblets and decanters that they make off of that theme. So when we finish one of these seahorses, we'll knock it off onto a heated tray, and we'll place it inside of the garage, which is a silver box right here. Keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which again, I know sounds really hot, but at that temperature, it's just warm enough to keep it from breaking from thermal shock. So we'll just keep it warm in there, and then we can work on the other components or work on another seahorse, depending on how many seahorses we need made before we start working on the bowls and the feet of the goblet. Yeah, so these are made piece by piece and then assembled using just a little bit of hot clear glass as basically a glue to fuse or hold everything together. And this is what 30 to 35 years of experience looks like in physical form. Yeah, these are incredibly difficult. So actually, the only piece of equipment that we keep on 24/7 are the furnaces themselves, the ones that actually hold the molten clear glass inside of them, which I don't know if I think I pointed it out to most of you, but the tanks with the closed doors, those actually have a crucible filled with clear molten glass inside of it, and it's at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, 24/7. We never turn it off or turn it down. Even when we lose power, there's somebody who will quickly come in and make sure that everything's running smoothly, because we can actually damage the tank if it cools down to basically room temperature. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So I'll share about our project and who's down here on the floor real quick, and then I'll hop back into explaining the process as we go along. The artists have just walked off for a moment, I assume, just to get some water or something real quick. But we are going to see them work on these goblets, which we have on the front pedestals on either side of me. You're welcome to come to the bottom of the stairs, take pictures, take a closer look at these finished pieces. And we're going to be working on these goblets for our Red Hot auction. So these are auction items. They will eventually be sold in kind of mid to late September to raise funds for the Museum of Glass. So that's an auction that we have once a year. On the second half of the day, we will also see them working on a completely different project where we'll be making oh, okay. Actually, we're going to be working on that one now, sounds like. We're going to work on the ski lift chair. So we're going to completely switch it up. We're going to see a new project on the floor. And just to show this off, could we have our ski lift chair image on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, this is exactly what we're going to be basing our piece off of. We're of course going to be making a miniature version of this, not life scale piece of glass. That would be crazy. And this will eventually be hanging on a little metal wire, I heard, so it'll actually like hang as a finished piece. And this is technically for the Northwest Furniture Bank auction. This is something that we do each year. So we make a piece for their auction to raise funds for the Northwest Furniture Bank. This year it is technically a little bit different. This piece is almost more so a commission, still going into the Northwest Furniture Bank, but it's catered towards an individual who I think owns this ski lift chair. Now we've already done some prep work for this piece. We've made all of these little metal and wood slats that we'll be using for the chair. We're just keeping those individual pieces warm and we'll attach them together. Thank you. So that's a good question. I'll repeat just in case anyone else is curious or maybe had the same question. But we have multiple ways of heating up the glass. We oftentimes will use, this large open face furnace to reheat the glass. It's running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. This is really good for an overall heat. Often we're doing something called flashing, which is just keeping the glass warm enough to not break at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. But when we want to work on small sections of glass at a time, you'll see us use these torches, whether it be this torch right here, which gets up to about 5000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's very impressive. Or this smaller yellow MAP gas. We will just heat up a little section at a time so that we're not getting everything hot and floppy. We're just getting that one little area hot to work on. So yeah, just pinpointing heat. And it looks like we're getting started over on the left bench. If we could have a view of the left bench, please. So when we did our prep work earlier, the creation of those little slats, those boards, we break the pieces off of the pipe and then we put them inside of this box right here called the garage. And it sits at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, just warm enough to keep it from breaking. So oftentimes you'll see us put pieces in there. When we're completely finished with the piece, however, we will put them inside of the annealer, which are these large boxes on our far walls and in the front. And these have programming to them, so they cool down very controlled, very slowly to prevent that thermal shock so that they can actually come to room temperature. If they cool too quickly, again, it'll just break. So yeah, all of these have been through the annealing cycle of the annealers on the walls. Yeah, technically this is the second one of this ski lift that we're making. We made one, I think it was at least a month ago, maybe a couple, and it is completely solid, just all sculptural components being brought together. So this is solid glass right here and over on the left bench, which is what we have a view of on the screen right now. Also, the way that we're coloring a lot of our glass today is by using a powdered colored glass or by using a frit. And I think that we have an example that we could show off on the screen. Do we have a powder example? If not, then we could pop up the frit one. They're kind of similar.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
Yeah, but you can see that we have the powder inside of those little metal dishes up on the screen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is where we're getting our color. And I don't know if it necessarily specified in the video, but the different colors come from different metals, minerals, oxides that we mix into the clear glass. We definitely don't do that here. We instead get our color shipped in already in powder form or in these solid bars of color that we use as well. But we're just going to see that powder used for the projects today. So with this glass at the center bench, we're squaring it off. applying pressure using the Marver, this metal table, and then we're also using these two paddles on the side of the piece to push in and create those sharper edges. Yeah, for those who joined in more recently, I did want to point out these pieces on the front pedestals. We were working on these just before you came in. These are some goblets for our Red Hot auction, which will come up kind of mid to late September. Now we've kind of shifted gears. We're working on a different project entirely, which is a miniature ski lift chair. And we actually have an image of this finished ski lift. If we could have that up on the screen, please. Or the real life ski lift right here. So this is what we're basing our piece off of. And eventually we'll end up with, smaller miniature ski lift chair. This will technically be the second one that we are working on. Thank you. And I have been pointing out that these pieces are technically for the Northwest Furniture Bank auction. This is something that we do each year. So we make a piece of furniture for them to put into their auction. Usually it's something like a stool or chair or sofa, right? But this year it's a little bit different. It's technically more so a commission this year. It's catered towards someone who individually put money into the auction and won kind of like a customizable piece. You could think of it that way. So we are just about to see them put some of these wooden slats on, or these metal slats. This is either the backing or the seat of the chair that we're working on right now. And this is really cool. We created earlier these long, flat pieces of glass to get the exact shape of those slats that we need. We're heating those up right now over at the left bench on this piece of kiln shelf. So we'll eventually take our square of glass right here at the center bench, and we'll just stick it straight on and pick all of those slats up. Hot will stick to hot. So over on the left bench, we finished heating up all of these sticks of colored glass. We're just pressing that glass we've been working on straight down on top. Oh, and this is something I haven't pointed out in a while, but the colors that you're seeing right now are not accurate to the finished piece, of course. When we're working with the glass in the hot shop, there's a lot of radiant light as well as radiant heat that's coming off of the piece. It's essentially glowing like lava. So you're gonna see a lot of reds, oranges, yellows when we're working with the glass, but when it cools down, it goes back to its true color. And now we'll start using our hot torch. So this torch uses propane and oxygen to get to this really high temperature of about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's technically the hottest item in the hot shop because of that. It's just this really small concentrated flame. We'll use it to heat up small sections at a time without getting everything uncontrollably hot to the point of it moving. We're just focusing the heat to that one small area. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. We are working on a very specific piece right now. The people you see on the floor, these guys are our resident hot shop team. So they work here full time at the museum. This is their 9 to 5. And they've been working with glass for a while. A lot of them up to about 20 to 35 years of experience full time working with glass. Now, we are seeing them work on a miniature ski lift chair. And there's a little bit of a story behind this. It's technically for the Northwest Furniture Bank auction, which is once a year, the museum will create a piece to go into that auction. Now, we do have an image for you guys to compare the finished piece to. If we could have that up on the screen, please. The image of the ski lift chair. Yeah, thank you. So for those who came in more recently, up on the screen, this is what we're working towards right now. So I believe we're working on the seat of the chair at the moment. So these are all kind of these tan pieces of glass that are shaped like these wooden boards or slats that we just picked up all together. And we're just now working it into its final shape. Thank you. And the goal with this finished product is to actually hang it on like a metal wire so that it actually can swing and hang as like a ski lift chair. It's not going to be totally stationary. So to, again, be able to hang this on that steel wire later, we have to have a place for that wire to go through the chair. So we're heating up the end of this tungsten bit. We're drilling, heating, pushing a hole into the bottom of this piece. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. I just wanted to catch you guys up on our project real quick, and then I'll hop back into explaining the process as we go along. And for those who have been watching the process, we did just set this piece aside in the garage, this large silver box right here. This is just to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a flame in the corner in there. And yeah, this is just to prevent it from breaking from thermal shock. We're just putting it on pause. And then we can work on the upper half, or like the backing of the ski lift chair, and then eventually bring the two together. But yeah, for those who just joined in, we're working on a ski lift chair, and this is kind of somewhere in between like an auction item and a commission item. We have an image of the piece that we're kind of working towards. So this is the real life image right here of the ski lift chair. And we're going to be making a miniature of this, of course, out of glass, not real life size. We have just finished the seat portion, the portion you'd actually sit on, and then we'll now start on the back and then bring the two together. We will mostly be working here at the center bench, you'll notice, but we have two benches that we're working at in general so that we can work on multiple components, which we then bring together all at once. Thank you. And this is, of course, our resident hot shop team on the floor. These guys work here full time. This is their 9 to 5. And they've been working with glass for a while, a lot of them between 20 and 35 years of experience. So they make everything look very easy. This is a fully sculptural piece, so we'll be working with solid glass through and through. These little metal dishes are holding our color. This color is in the form of a powder that we're just rolling onto the surface of the glass, but it's basically just a crushed, powdered, colored glass itself. So it's just glass on glass. That's a good question. I don't know how much of an impact Blown Away has had on influx of people in our hot shop. I think that there's always been an interest in glass, whether people know about the show or not. But the show's actually pretty popular in our community as well. And we actually have a season 3 contestant technically on the floor. Trent was on season 3 of Blown Away, and I actually had someone ask about that earlier. And we have a lot of contestants come through. We have winners who will come down on the floor and they have won like a residency through the show. So there's definitely more things that have come from the show through here, definitely. So again, we will be working at both of our benches. I get questions about this frequently, but the different benches are not necessarily all too different from each other. Heat-wise, they're pretty much the same. Tool-wise, we can lay out whatever tools we want. But we just need multiple places to work at the same time so we can bring things together later. And we have been using the Marvers quite a bit. The Marver is this metal table, has a thick slab of stainless steel on top. And we actually use this not just for shaping, but also cooling the glass. So we're cooling wherever it touches the table, and that will prevent it from stretching out too much or blowing out too much in that area. We're controlling the heat. Oh, totally, yeah. There are colors that are really soft and there are colors that are really stiff. There's one color that comes to mind whenever somebody asks about the difference between colors, and that's Duro. There's a color called Duro. I don't know exactly the ingredient, but it's really tough or solid compared to other kinds of glass color. To the point that if you clear coat it and you attach something, you try to stretch it out, it just stretches out the clear and then the color stays solid. So you have to work with it in a really particular way to get it to work the way you want. Just dependent on the ingredients that are in the glass. Black glass is really soft, white glass is really stiff. Different metals and minerals. Duro is not necessarily a brand, but it's a type of color that's purposefully stiff so that it holds its shape. And so there's like Duro purple and gray and black and white. I think Duro white is the most common though. Yeah, so usually you'll see in finished pieces, if they're really, really fine lines of color and they're really easy to see lines, it's usually Duro. Yeah, I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to the physics and chemistry of glass, so feel free to ask questions like that. Yeah, I would say it's more so color combos that are difficult to work with rather than colors themselves. So if you have a piece that you want to make that's like black and white, that's a really difficult color combination because the black will blow out really quickly and the white will stay really solid. It's hard to have them right next to each other. But on their own, if you're making a piece that's entirely black, it's kind of okay. If you're working with a piece that's entirely white, it's kind of okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, so this is exactly what we did earlier. Over on the left bench, Gabe just pulled out this piece of glass and then cut it up into these smaller segments. So this is how we created the wooden slats for the bottom of the chair. And these are now a gray color. These are the metal slats for the back of the chair. But basically same process, I think just a slightly different size and of course a different color. And then this right here at the center bench, this is going to be the frame of the chair that's holding everything together. So we have these two kind of handheld paddles that we're using, and these are actually made out of cork wood. So just same thing as like a wine cork. And the reason we would use any wooden tools at all is because it's an insulating material. When we touch it to the glass, it allows the glass to maintain its heat. It's not going to suck it out of the piece. It's also got a little bit of give to it. It's kind of soft when we push it onto the glass. So this is still just the frame for the ski lift chair, which we created the bottom half of. We created the seat portion of the ski lift chair earlier, just when you guys came in, or maybe just after you guys came in, or sorry, before. Yeah, that's sitting aside in here. And we just prepared the metal slats for the backing of the ski lift chair as well, over on the left bench. Now we're just working at the center bench on the frame that we'll use to connect everything together. So we're getting relatively close to seeing things put together. Yeah. And did you see the image earlier of the finished piece? Could we have the image of the ski lift chair on the screen, please? Thank you. So this is the real life image right here, just the image that we're basing the piece off of. We're of course creating a miniature of this ski lift chair. It'd be incredibly heavy if we created a full size. But this is technically for the Northwest Furniture Bank auction. Something that we do each year is we create a piece for that auction, which raises funds for the Northwest Furniture Bank, of course. So we have just attached another pipe onto the end of this frame. And with just a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe, this piece is completely popped off. This is how we break a lot of our pieces off of the pipe, whether it be to transfer to a different pipe or to just completely break it off at the end. We use purposeful thermal shock to crack the connection. But yeah, this is the only portion of the frame that we need. This is what's going to be holding on to the metal slats of the backing. And then we'll just attach it onto the base of the chair and we'll have a finished piece. Very simply put. And oh, so this piece in particular is, as I mentioned, it was kind of like an auction item, right? So that's what it's been all of these previous years. This is something we do each year, but this year is a little bit different. We're actually basing this piece off of, or making this piece for a specific person. And so this image was sent in for us to specifically go off of. I'm assuming this image is of a ski lift chair that somebody owns, maybe, and this piece is going to them. I wasn't given all of the details because it's kind of a commission piece, and those often we don't share all of the information. But I know that this is still related to the Northwest Furniture Bank, so I'm assuming they sold something, an auction item at the Northwest Furniture Bank, which was something like design your own piece of glass furniture, and then they sent in this image. It's kind of what I'm imagining. The finished piece is about yay high, yay wide. Yeah, it's pretty small, yeah. But something I've been enjoying pointing out with the finished piece, you know that large metal arm that comes down into like the center of the chair? That's something that's missing in the final piece. So instead, they're going to be trying to put a metal wire through it so it can actually hang and be kind of like semi-functional. It'll like move a little bit as a finished piece. So technically, this piece is not finished once we're done with it in the hot shop. And a lot of pieces are that way. There's some sort of metal frame that's created or some sort of cold working that has to be done, which is the grinding, cutting, and polishing of the glass. So it looks like we're attaching the pieces of the backing one by one using this hot torch. And just to point out again, these were resting inside of this silver box right here at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we didn't just materialize them out of thin air. We were just keeping them warm. And then we just bring them over one by one. Yeah, just to talk about some of the temperatures in here again. I know it's been a little while and we've had some new people join in, The piece that we're working on, we're trying to keep it just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the entire thing overall. You can see that it's not moving very much. There's not really a lot of glow to it, which means that it's not super hot, of course. We want it to hover at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit just to prevent thermal shock or the glass cooling too quickly, which is why we're so back and forth between the bench and that open face furnace in the background. We're just trying to keep it barely warm enough. But if we get it too hot, the entire thing starts to move and we lose our shape. So it's all a balance, a literal and metaphorical balance. So to do a lot of the overall shaping and straightening of everything, we have these two corkwood paddles. So these are just made out of cork, like a wine cork. We're pushing the glass into place. And something that's really nice about using wooden tools, they do burn up over time, as you would imagine, working on 1 to 2,000 degree Fahrenheit glass. Of course, it's going to burn up, but it's an insulating material, so it's not going to suck a lot of heat out of the piece, which can cause thermal shock in the piece. It can cool it too quickly for us to finish pushing it into its final shape. So it's really important to have these wooden tools. So the color that we use today is actually a powdered colored glass. And I'm seeing if I have something I can bring over to show it off. But it's, as you would imagine, just quite literally a powder, which is really finely crushed colored glass. And the colored glass just comes from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass itself. I think a lot of blacks and reds kind of come from different irons and iron oxides. So I would imagine something like that in this glass. A lot of yellows, oranges, and reds come from cadmium mixes. A really nice pink that we use comes from gold chloride. That's one of the most expensive colors because it comes from literal gold. I get questions about the pieces that we choose to work on every time people come in, and it really depends on when you come in. So if you came in last week, for example, we had a big group of visiting artists. So you would have seen a lot more people on the floor. You would see very different projects, and that would be up to the visiting artists, what they want to make. And then this team is always here. They'll help the visiting artists create their work. So they just do as the visiting artist asks, basically. I think this is just a size check. Yeah, just a size check. And then sometimes you'll come in and they'll be working on store items. It's usually the best sellers or what the season is, depending on what they make. And then today they are working on something that's kind of like a commission, and then they're also working on auction items, which are these goblets on the front pedestals. So usually they don't really get to choose what they make. It's more so, you know, they're given an idea and then they bring it to life. But it takes a lot of skill to do that. They're given a drawing and they're like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then they just translate it into glass. It's incredible. So over on the left, Trent has pulled out the base of the ski lift chair, which was actually sitting aside in the garage right here earlier, just staying at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we pulled that out, and we have to keep it warm, so we're just heating it up every once in a while, not really working with it necessarily. And then we'll bring the two together. So that same motion you saw where they were just starting to bring the two pieces together, that was a size check, but they will do that same exact thing and actually connect the two in a moment here, and then we'll see our finished piece. Oh, the horses. So we, I see a lot of glass artists make these. Oftentimes they have a little bit of like leftover color inside of them, and we don't want to waste colored glass because it's pretty expensive and it's nice, or maybe it has a special pattern. So we'll let that cool down. We'll gather clear glass over it, and then we'll very quickly pull a horse out of the glass. And it's done in one go. They just take fresh, clear, molten glass, and they pull a horse out of it. They don't heat it up again. They don't attach anything else. They just pull it out of a molten blob of glass. It's really incredible. Takes about a minute, and I know that there are videos of it online. There's one person in particular that works here. His name is Nick, and he makes them all the time. So we have successfully attached our two pieces together. So there's some final adjustments to make, but this is pretty much the overall shape you're seeing right here. Hey, do we have the slideshow of the previous Northwest Furniture Bank auction items that we could show off? So again, for those who've joined in more recently, I did want to share this slideshow and a little bit of information about the fact that we make a piece of furniture for the Northwest Furniture Bank each year for their auction. And it'll be completely different depending on the year that you come in. As you'll see throughout this slideshow, we have made things like lawn chairs, we've made stools, we've made couches, all sorts of pieces of furniture. And of course, this year, we are working on that ski lift chair. And this has been going on for a while. It's always a miniature. I know, they're so pretty. So we just heated up and pulled off this little excess piece of clear glass that was on the top of the chair. We usually try to, clean everything up as much as we can in the hot shop, but inevitably where the piece is connected to the pipe, there's going to be a little bit of like leftover extra glass. And this is something that we'll have to cold work off on a later date. Cold working is the process of cutting and grinding and polishing, cold working the glass down to give it a smooth finish. With some pieces, we don't have to do that. Like these goblets, you can still see where the pipes are connected to the finished piece, but they're able to pop it off the pipe at the end and then quickly torch where it was connected, kind of heat it up, smooth it down a little bit, and then put it away. So for this piece in particular, this clear glass on the bottom will have to be cold worked off. And for those who joined in more recently, the slideshow that was just playing a couple of minutes ago, those were some examples of previous pieces for the Northwest Furniture Bank. We will create a piece for their auction each year. And this year, we are making a ski lift chair. And the one thing that the ski lift chair is missing purposefully is this metal arm that actually holds onto the chair and would attach it to the ski lift. And the way that we'll finish this piece off is on a later date when this is finished and when it's cooled down and we're done with the glass portion of the piece, we'll send a metal wire through the chair so it can actually hang as a finished product. Yeah. Give it some movement, make it a dynamic piece. Now the colors you're seeing on this piece are actually pretty accurate. to the final product, by the way. The glass is sitting at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now, and it's pretty much solid at that temperature. And so they just have all these pieces of cane, which the best way to describe cane are essentially just these sticks of colored glass set aside, staying warm in the garage. We'll bring them over one by one and attach them to finish off all the details for this ski lift chair. And it's been a little while and some new people have joined in, so could I see the ski lift chair on the screen one more time, please? Thank you. So for those who joined in more recently, this is the final product that we're working towards right here. The only thing that we'll see that's missing from the final piece is the actual arm that attaches the chair to the ski lift itself, because this is going to be a wire that's put into the piece. So we can actually hang it from like a stand, and it'll be more dynamic as a finished piece instead of it just standing on its own. Now we're finishing this piece off. We're adding on these arms of the chair. Thank you. We're just finishing this piece by piece, using these small handheld torches to heat up small sections of glass and then bend them into their final position. So for this piece in particular, we used a powder to get the colors. So we have these metal dishes throughout the room. There are a couple here at the center bench or center table. And then over on the left, we have a couple as well with the actual colors that we used over there. And we just take clear molten glass on the end of our pipe and we roll it in that dish to pick up the color on the very outside. So if you were to accidentally break this piece of glass, you can see the cross section, and it's completely clear on the inside and the color's just almost on the very surface of the piece. but the different colors themselves are different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass. So, for example, a couple ones that I like to bring up, the really nice sought-after pink glass, kind of like a ruby red and antiquing glass, is coming from gold chloride. It's a really expensive color. So yeah, that's how we get our color for these pieces. Yeah. And we're already on to the second arm. So we're heating up and making sure this connection is as smooth or flush as possible so it doesn't want to pop off later on. By later on, I mean like when we're completely done with the piece, it's cooled down, and then we're cold working it. Because when we're cutting, grinding, and polishing at the glass, that's sending vibrations through the piece, and that can break any weak points that we have. So we just make sure that everything is plenty secure. And then eventually we'll start getting ready to break this piece off and put it away, because we have pretty much all of the components we need. This is a stringer, by the way, so just a strand of colored glass. We often use these for very small details. Like, for example, if we're making a small animal, if we want to make little dots for the eyes, or if we want to add whiskers to something, we would use a little stringer, heat up the very end of it, and you can essentially draw on the surface of the piece using that color. So when we finish this piece, this will go inside of the large black box over on the left wall. This is one of our annealers, and they actually have these program boxes. We can change, depending on the thickness of the glass, how long this cycle of cooling will take. This piece will probably cool for about 12 hours or so, maybe a little bit longer. It, again, depends on the thickness of the piece or the weakness of the connections. But it's a very controlled cooling cycle, all to prevent thermal shock, which happens if the glass cools too quickly. It'll just start popping apart. So at the moment, we're just preparing to break the piece off and put it away. You'll usually see us torching the glass. It's actually connecting the piece and the pipe together, so that clear glass at the bottom there. And then we'll heat this up till we see some movement in that connection. And then we know it's safe to apply that water to crack the connection and break it off and then put it away. And this is always maybe the more risky moment of finishing a piece because we're letting everything cool down to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's more brittle, a little bit easier to break. But these guys, again, have been working with glass for a long time, so they have everything under control. So we'll eventually crack that connection with some water and then pop it off. You can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off because you'll see somebody get suited up in these Kevlar gloves. So Gabe has on these gloves, same material as firefighting suits apparently, to hold this piece and carry it over to be put away. And just like that, we have broken our piece off. And let's give them a round of applause for all the hard work that they put into that piece. And it is safely inside of the annealer. So, okay, it looks like the way that they broke it off this time is they completely melted it off of the pipe, cut it off the pipe. They didn't want to send a vibration through the piece by cracking and breaking it off, just in case anything wanted to pop. So, we're finished with that piece, and we'll see what happens next. I'll check in on them, but I'm sure that they'll all want a little break, grab some water. And I do know that we will eventually see them working on these goblets that we have on our front pedestals, which are for our upcoming Red Hot auction in mid to late September. So we'll most likely see them start on that. Yeah, basically. So this is something that the Museum of Glass does each year. So they make a piece for the Northwest Furniture Bank auction. Yeah, so it's like a continuous thing. I saw a photo back from like 2012, but I don't know exactly when they started, but it's been going on yearly for a while. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, let me show you. Could I have the previous year's Northwest Furniture Bank auction pieces? So luckily I have an entire slideshow to show you of all the previous year's pieces. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you guys. So I just wanted to properly introduce what's happening real quick, which we are going to be working on these goblets for the rest of the day today, I believe. And we're starting on the stem of the goblet right now, which is actually a seahorse. And the overall body has this amber colored glass, but we also attach all of these little bits for the fins and the face and everything, and this is actually using a gold leaf. So this piece has gold leaf in it as a finished product. These are for our Red Hot auction coming up in mid to late September, which raises funds for the museum. And again, we are starting on the body, or just the seahorse itself right here at the center bench. So far we have our color, and we have this lengthened shape with ridges going from one end of the pipe all the way to the far end of the glass. So we grabbed a little bit of clear glass, we bring that over, and we wrap it all the way around at the length of this solid glass on the end of our pipe. So we originally had ridges going one direction, now we have them in the opposite direction as well, creating almost a waffle texture, or kind of these crisscross lines. And now we can work on the shape of the seahorse. So we'll start with the tail, which is actually furthest away from the pipe right now. So I've gotten that question a lot. The different places that we're working throughout the hot shop are pretty much all around the same temperature, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, where we're reheating the glass. But we have two places to work at the same time, just so that we can work on multiple components and then bring those components together. So yeah, more so for ease of use than anything else. The amber glass? Let's see here. Oh. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's kind of like a mineral, gemstone. Ooh, let me think. So there are multiple ways to make so many different colors, and I was looking it up to try and see if there's like an exact thing that kind of like rung a bell for me, but it's just saying something like sulfur and iron mixtures in the glass, which is probably likely for this. But yeah, you can get there in so many different ways. For example, red glasses you can make using different iron oxides or copper oxides, or also a gold ruby red, which is coming from gold chloride. So there can be many different ways to get to that color that you want. Yeah. It's all chemistry. There's a lot of chemistry and physics in glass. Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, and something else, of course, we are using the gold leaf as well. That's sitting inside of this black box right here, which has air suctioning the gold down just so it doesn't fly away. So that one's an easy one to explain. The gold glass has literal gold in it. But yeah, we just keep bringing over these bits of gold glass, cutting them off, and then immediately shaping that into the fins of our seahorse. And then eventually some other things like the face of the seahorse will be made using that same gold glass. And for those who are just joining in, I'm of course talking about the process of creating these goblets right here on the front pedestal. So we're working on the seahorse inside of the stem of this goblet right here at the center bench. It's made bit by bit, and they quite literally call this bit work, where they bring over these small pieces of glass and attach them one by one. Yeah, when we attach that pipe to the end of the seahorse, and then we break it off of its first pipe, the whole idea behind that is just flipping the orientation of the piece so we can start working on the opposite end. So now we can apply a bunch of heat to this end, and we'll stretch it out into the neck and the head and finish off the top of the seahorse. Also, whenever we finish these seahorses, we're setting them aside in the garage. For those who haven't seen them do this yet, this box sits at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's basically just putting a piece of glass on pause. So we will finish the seahorse, we'll set it in there to keep it warm. And then in the second half of the day, I assume we'll see them actually make the bowl and the foot of the goblet and assemble some of these pieces together. So this is something you guys haven't seen yet. We just heated up kind of the sides of the face. We brought over a tray that has a bunch of these little eyes on it. And the eyes are yellow with a little black center. That's a whole process on its own to get those tiny little pieces of glass. And we basically just push the side of the face into those little pieces to pick up the eyes. But yeah, to describe the process of making the eyes, I need to explain what cane is in the first place, which are basically these sticks of colored glass. Now, you can layer multiple layers of color before stretching them out into these rods of cane in the first place, to the point where when you cut it to look at the cross section of the cane, you will have different layers or patterns of colors. So for the eye, it would be as simple as you have black glass on the end of your pipe, you wrap a yellow glass around it, and then you stretch it out really small. And then when you cut it open, you have these little eyes. It's there's a candy making process that's kind of similar where they roll this big slab of sugar, like colored sugar, on a table, and then they stretch it out and then they cut it into these little pieces. Same exact process. We just can't handle the glass with our hands. Candy and glass move pretty similarly. And of course, anyone is welcome to come to the front, take a closer look at these goblets, take pictures of the goblets. Any of that is totally fine. So with the seahorse done, we'll start preparing to break it off of the pipe, and we'll set it aside to keep it warm. So we cut at that connection, we knock it off onto a heated tray, and then we bring that over to the garage, the silver box, which will keep the glass warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, what we'll do with that later on, we'll make the bowl and the foot of the goblet, and then we'll be able to start assembling these one by one. This is like the 4th or 5th seahorse that we've made today, so we'll have plenty to put together in the second half of the day. And I think that that is our lunch. So we'll be back in about an hour from now. We'll have the exact return time on the screen. I know you guys just came in, unfortunate timing. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So we're just about to get started again. I will introduce who we have here and what we have going on before jumping into explaining the process as they work. So we have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. These guys work here full time for the museum. And we're gonna see them work on these goblets that we have on the front pedestals actually. So really nice. We have some examples for you guys to see the final product before we finish. Now, before you guys came in, we actually worked on the stems of these goblets, which if you couldn't see from where you're sitting, these are some seahorses that we've made for the stem. These are made in part with some gold leaf as well. So I like to point that out. It's kind of fancy. There's some gold leaf in the stem. And these pieces are specifically for the Red Hot auction that we have once a year in the fall. So mid to late September, we should be seeing a bunch of these pieces sold during that auction. And since we already have the stem, we're gonna see them make the bowls of the goblets next. And then we just connect pieces together one by one and finish them off. Now, eventually we will also have cameras kind of following the artist's movements around up on the screen. We'll have some closed captioning, because I know my voice can get a little bit echoey in here. And of course, feel free to ask any questions as we go along. And now I'll hop into explaining what they do as we go. So, very first thing we start with is some molten clear glass on the end of our pipe. We pick this up out of the furnace, the tank with the closed door, sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of the upper end of the glass itself. It's completely molten to the texture of honey at that temperature. And then to reheat it, we have this open face furnace at each bench, running up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. These go by pretty quick. I will add these stems, the seahorses. They take about 20 minutes each, and then maybe the other components another 20 minutes or so. And then connecting everything together would be the last step. So far we've blown out the general shape. Now we're just starting to build off of the bottom, which the furthest area away from the pipe is basically the bottom of the bubble. We're attaching this little bit of clear that will become a connection point between the stem and the bowl. And yeah, I know some people are just joining in, so the pieces that we're working on for the second half of the day are these goblets on our front pedestals. You guys are welcome to come down and take a closer look at these and take pictures of these. They are very detailed and beautiful, so better to see it up close. That quick move right there, we just attached a different pipe to the end of the bubble and then broke it off of its first pipe. So now we can open this up to its full size and finish off the lip of the piece. So all of our glass is actually a very specific pure mixture that we get shipped in and then we throw into the furnace to melt down. But you are exactly right. The glass is mostly silica sand. So our glass is a soda lime glass, soda ash, limestone, silica sand, all mixed together. And that lowers the melting point of the glass. So different types of glass will have different melting points. But yeah, we get ours shipped in just so that the glass mixture stays exactly the same, and then we know what temperature to set all of our equipment to, and we know that all of the glass that we attach to each other or build off of something is going to be compatible. It's a lot of chemistry. And we do have cameras now up on the screen, and we have our closed captioning, just to point that out. Do we have the slideshow of previous year's goblets and decanters to show off? This is something I haven't really shown off today. Thank you. So each year, because again, the Red Hot auction is an annual auction, again in the fall, we will have a theme that we're basing the goblets and decanters off of. then they just have another piece that they can pull out and attach instead, so that they don't have to scrap the whole thing.
And when you do finally cool them, is it a certain temperature that you have to hold it at? Okay.
Yeah, the cooling process is very controlled. We have these black boxes on our walls. These are called annealers, and they sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We put our finished pieces in there. They're held at that steady temperature, and then with the press of a button, it's programmed to cool at a certain rate over a certain period of time. So usually that cycle is overnight, and these pieces should be an overnight cycle, but we've seen pieces that will take up to, I'm not sure how long they have done, like the longest, but I've seen personally up to like 3 or 4 days of cooling straight. And welcome to anyone who's joined in more recently. Just to catch everyone up, we're working on these goblets that are on our front pedestals. Feel free to come down, take a closer look, take pictures of these. This is the exact design that we are going for right here. We already have made the seahorses that are in the stem of the goblet. We've made those, we set them aside to stay warm in this box. And now we're just making the bowls. We'll make usually about 4 or 5 of these, set them aside, and then we'll start attaching everything together one by one. So we're on our second bowl. Usually we make like 4 or 5 in a row and then set them aside and then attach them one by one. These are pretty quick. It seems like that last one was maybe 10 minutes. And if you ever see us kind of appearing with a piece of glass or disappearing the piece of glass, it's usually going in or out of this silver box right here, which sits at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, again, just to keep the glass warm. Yeah, we made them earlier, the seahorses. And if anyone is curious enough, kind of wants to see that process right now, we actually live stream the entire day that we're down on the hot shop floor. And we post that live stream on YouTube. So live on YouTube, and then it's permanently saved on YouTube afterwards. So you can rewind and you can watch us make anything. You can rewind 5 seconds ago if you came in a little bit late, you know. Yeah, it's really accessible and nice. Yeah, when opening our pieces up, we often will trim off a little bit of glass around the opening of the piece. This is actually to get rid of some extra thickness from where it was attached to the previous pipe, more than anything else. So we're just kind of thinning out the lip. And the idea is when you put the glass in your mouth, it feels, I don't know, a lot nicer with a thin lip instead of a thick rounded lip, apparently. And we give it a little puff of air using the Soffietta, which is that cone-shaped tool we used for just a second right here, blocking off the opening of the piece, re-inflating it. And welcome to those who just joined in. I know some new faces have come in, so I wanted to point out the pieces on the front pedestals, either side of the hot shop. This is what we're working on today. And these are specifically some goblets that have been designed and made for our Red Hot auction coming up in the fall, so kind of mid to late September. This is a yearly auction we have to raise funds for the museum. And each year there will be a different theme for the goblets and decanters and kind of auction overall. So we'll base these pieces off of that theme. And just to kind of show you the variety of themes and pieces that we've made in the past, could I have the slideshow of the previous year's decanters and goblets? So up on the screen, there's a slideshow that's going to play. And I know I showed this to a lot of you guys in the middle of the hot shop earlier, but it didn't play all the way through, so there are some pieces you haven't seen yet. But yeah, just to show you the variety that we have seen made over the years. Thank you. So on our front pedestals, these pieces, of course, have seahorses in them. I know it's a little hard to see from the far back, but these are some seahorses. They are using an amber-colored glass for the body, and then all of the sculptural bits and details, such as the face, are made using real gold leaf wrapped around our clear glass. So just adding an extra bit of sparkle to our pieces. Now, each time we finish one of the seahorses, each time we finish one of the bowls, like we just finished the bowl here at the center bench, we will set them aside in the garage, the silver box, to keep them warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then eventually, once we have a decent amount, of the bowls and the stems. Then we'll start making the foot of the goblet and assembling everything one by one. So that's kind of the general gist of what we're doing down here. The people you're seeing on the floor are our resident hot shop team. They work here full time at the museum, and a lot of them have between 20 and 35 years of experience working with glass. So they make everything look very easy, but it's all those years of experience coming into play. So I do get questions about the gas, and price and efficiency, all that stuff. I get questions about that a lot. The pieces of equipment that we're working with, I think, are a lot more insulated than you imagine. They're lined with like a kiln brick, and so a lot of the heat is actually just kind of built up or reflected heat. It's not like we're using a ton of gas. I mean, maybe. And the furnaces specifically, the tanks with the closed doors, that's actually where we're holding the molten glass itself. And because the doors are closed, those are extremely efficient at holding that heat. And good thing, because those actually have to run 24/7. We have to keep the glass molten at the same temperature all the time. So again, speaking of the furnace, that's where we're going in and grabbing these bits of fresh molten clear glass and then bringing it to the center bench here. And again, that's sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit when it's freshly molten like that. Yeah, so the furnaces, we actually keep them pretty full and we just throw more material on top over and over again. And they're specifically only clear glass, by the way. So we have to add our color through different means. So we always start with clear, we add our color, and the furnaces hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, so they do last a while, and we'll use it up until we're dipping pretty low into the tank. Hey, could I have our slideshow of the previous year's decanters and goblets, please? So for those who haven't seen this yet, up on the screen there's a slideshow. I think this is really important to show off all of the previous year's themes of the goblets and decanters. And you can see there's a huge variety year after year. So initially they'll come up with a theme, and then based off of that theme they create the goblets and decanters. And when I say theme, it's not like this year's theme is the ocean or something. It's more so like a feeling that you get from a set of colors and patterns. So one year I remember it was based off of like bubbles and shimmery metallic colors. And yeah, I don't have any of those decanters on display, but they've been working hard on these goblets for months. I think that they got started on these technically almost a year in advance. Because again, these pieces will be sold in mid to late September. And yeah, they've been practicing these for months. This is a very complicated design. The stem is Venetian. It is classical Venetian technique going into making that seahorse. And also kind of coming from that classical Venetian style, we're using gold leaf in the stem as well for some of that color. So it looks like we'll be putting one of the goblets together just after we finish and break off this bowl. So for those who joined a little bit later, the bowl of the goblet is of course the drinking portion of the goblet up on top. And what we do when we make goblets is we'll usually make the same component. Usually you'll see like 4 or 5 times. We'll set them aside and keep them warm, and then we'll start assembling all of those one by one. And I think there's a couple of different reasons behind that. One of them being you get into a nice flow and rhythm of making the same thing a few times, and another reason being if a component breaks while you're putting something together, you could just pull out the next component and attach that on instead of scrapping the whole thing. So now that we have finished some of those bowls, and again, these have all been set aside in the garage, this silver box right here at 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. It'll just barely keep it warm enough to not break. Now we can start putting some of these together. So starting with the foot. So at the center bench, we've basically created this little disc at the far end of the pipe. And right here in the front, Gabe has blown a small clear bubble of glass that he'll bring over and then quite literally drop onto the end of this other pipe. And once this is dropped down and given a little puff of air, they cut that bubble off. And this will eventually be opened up and then flared out into our foot. But right now it's a completely closed off bubble on the end of the pipe. So first thing that is done is they break the end of this bubble off. That creates a small opening into the remaining larger section of the bubble. So now we can just go on the inside and flare this out. And for those who just joined in, we're working on these goblets that you see on the front pedestals. And we already have the bowl created, we already have the stem created, so we're going to be working on the foot and then assembling everything together one by one. So once we finish the overall shape of the foot, eventually we'll be bringing over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. And we'll attach this straight to the center of the bottom of the foot. So Gabe has just brought this pipe over. Again, we're attaching this right to the center of the bottom. And then we'll break the foot off of the pipe that it was created on. So now, since we have access to the top of the foot, we could start building up all of our other components on top. And a lot of the pieces are attached by bringing over a small bit of fresh, hot, clear glass, and it'll act as a glue and hold all these pieces together. So again, once we start assembling all these pieces together, these pieces do seemingly kind of appear out of thin air, but we're pulling them out of the garage, the silver box right here, which is sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's just keeping all of the components, again, the stem and the bowl, nice and warm so that they don't crack and break. We're pulling them out one by one and then attaching them on top. And we actually worked on all of those components earlier today, but we technically can work on things days in advance, weeks in advance, however far we want, and then just slowly heat them back up and use them. And then using a final small bit of fresh molten clear glass as glue, we attach the bowl and we have an assembled goblet. So from here, it's just a little bit of straightening up, making sure everything looks as we want it, and then we'll break it off the pipe and put it away. We'll be putting this finished piece inside of the annealer over on the left wall, that large black box over there. It sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and with the press of a button, it's going to go through a very controlled cooling cycle for about 12 hours or so. So with the tap of the pipe, that's cleanly popped off. Let's give them a round of applause for all the hard work into that goblet. So that's actually the first goblet we've put away today because we spent so much time working on the individual components, and then we also did have another project that we worked on earlier today, just kind of like a commission piece you could think of. So first goblet of the day done, and many more to come. Yeah. And honestly, since we have, I think we still have like 3 or 4 of the stems and the bowls set aside in the garage. We should see more of them put together in a row right here before we move on to something else. So we'll see a few more finished. And since some of you joined a little bit later, I wanted to point out a couple of kind of key things about this project while we have a slideshow playing showing off some of the previous year's goblets and decanters. If I could have that slideshow on the screen, please. Thank you. So these are the previous year's goblets and decanters. Each year we have an auction called Red Hot, which happens in the fall. It's going to be coming up mid to late September. And each year there's a different theme that is chosen. Based off of that theme, we'll create a set goblet and a set decanter. We'll make many of the goblets and fewer of the decanters, sell some as sets, and then sell some goblets individually. And of course, this is this year's goblet that we see on the front pedestal. So this is the final piece. And man, they've been working on these for months. They get started on these almost a year in advance, it seems like, especially depending on how complicated the design is. Yeah, Red Hot auction is to raise funds for the museum. And there's many items that are put into the auction as both auction items and as sale items like these. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't doubling up on information, just in case you guys were in here earlier, but we are making these goblets that you see right here on the front pedestal. They have these seahorses in the stems, and these are for our upcoming Red Hot auction in mid to late September. We have an annual auction called Red Hot to raise funds for the museum. So we're preparing for that. This is a very complex goblet simply because of this stem. We created 4 or 5 of these seahorses earlier. We created 4 or 5 of these bowls, which is the drinking portion of the goblet. And so now we're working on making the foot of the goblet and actually assembling these together. So you guys came in at a really good time. You'll see one of these put together within 15 to 20 minutes or so. Yeah. Sounds pretty quick, but that's after we have all of the components already made. And just in case you guys didn't hear me as you were coming in, we are working on these goblets right here on the front pedestals. So luckily we have lots of finished examples. These are for our Red Hot auction coming up mid to late September. And we're just working on the foot of our next goblet right now at the center bench. So the seahorses are pretty complicated. These are, of course, solid glass through and through. The seahorses start off with just a couple of gathers, a couple layers of clear glass on the end of a pipe, which they then stuff into a mold to get ridges from basically the end of the pipe to the end of the glass. So the ridges this way on the seahorse. And if you come closer, you can see these ridges really well. For anyone who wants to take pictures or look at them closer, you're welcome to. And then we also have these ridges going this way on the seahorse, and that's actually using this setup right here. They turn the pipe with the rod of solid glass, for lack of better terms, and they wrap glass around it completely. So that creates these crisscrossing lines of color that I've been describing as like a waffle texture. It looks like a waffle texture to me. And then the rest of it is a lot of just Ben takes the tweezers and he just twists it and pushes it into its final shape. And a lot of these extra details, like the fins, that is bit work, which is somebody bringing over molten bits of glass and attaching them one by one and shaping them as they're attached. It's really fast-paced work. It's really detail-oriented. It's very impressive. And I know, just like that, we finished another goblet. They are really quick with finishing these off. And that was just the second goblet of the day. So the equipment that we're using to reheat the glass, like that large open face furnace, it's running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we actually have tools that we use that are hotter than that, but we don't get the molten glass itself hotter than that. Because at that point, the glass is molten to the texture of kind of like honey. And over that, it would be more uncontrollable. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the upper end of the temperatures. This molten glass we're getting out of the furnace, the tank with the closed door, that's sitting at exactly 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, or very, very close to. There's a lot of programming on our pieces of equipment. And with the annealers, the large black boxes, you can actually see the little program box on the side. A lot of our equipment has that to keep things at an exact temperature. So this is the very beginning of a blown foot. So we create this little disc of clear on the end of one pipe, and then we have a blown bubble of clear glass that's created here. And we eventually bring this bubble over and quite literally drop it onto the disc before cutting it off. And for those who just joined in, I do see a few new faces here and there. We are working on these goblets on the front pedestals on either side of me in the front. Yeah. And we already have the stems of these goblets made. We have the bowls of the goblets made. So we're just making the foot and attaching all these components together. So at this point, we've cut that bubble off. It's on the end of our pipe, but it's still completely closed off. So we have to section it off and then break it open in a way so that we can get inside and flare it out. Oh yeah, and you guys are welcome to come down and take a closer look at these and take photos of these. So yeah, you can imagine when we have a bubble of glass, they all have to start with just that small opening like this, and we're almost unfurling it like a flower. That's the best way to describe it. So once we have the foot made, we attach this second pipe straight to the bottom and then break it off of its first pipe. And that's just kind of flipping the orientation of the foot. So now we can start building off the top of it. Which again, we already have these components made for the stem and then the bowl. We have all of that made. It's staying warm inside of the garage, which I'll point out to the newcomers. This silver box right here has a flame inside of the corner here, and it sits at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Which, yes, is just warm for glass. Any hotter, it'll start to melt and move. Any colder, and we risk thermal shock. So now that we have the stem of the goblet, there's just one thing left, and that's the bowl. So we very quickly attach a fresh hot bit of clear and then immediately attach the bowl on top. Then we just break away this smaller pipe attached to the bowl, and we have all of our pieces assembled. Now from here, it's just a balance, literal and metaphorical. They just want to touch things up, make sure everything looks good, and then we'll break it off and put it away. So with just a tap of the pipe, that piece pops off. And that is the third goblet we have gotten done in the day. So this goes aside in the annealer. This sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to hold this glass at a steady temperature, and then with the press of a button later on, it'll slowly cool that glass down. So we won't see it again until tomorrow. It's usually about a 12-hour cycle or so. And I think that we have one more that we can make. We did a bunch of prep work, getting 4 or 5 of those seahorses done, and then getting 4 of the bowls done. And we just put them all together at once. Yeah, so relating to a question I just got, when we bring that pipe over and attach it to the bottom like we just did right here, you'll notice that the glass that is connected to the pipe, before we even attach it to the bottom of the piece, it has like this white coating to it. You can see this better on the screen, that white coating on that glass. This kind of weakens the connection, so it pops off super easily in that final step, making for a really clean break. And they call it a dirty punty I think it's just, a punty is the pipe that you bring over and attach to the bottom, and then a dirty punty is this, where it's dirty on the glass, making for a weak connection. Yeah, kind of interesting. They do it specifically for goblets, and I haven't really seen them do it for any other kinds of pieces, but there's so many fragile components attached within these goblets that they have to make that connection super weak so it pops first when they go to break the piece off. And then we bring over our seahorse. Just making things work. So they have all the pieces assembled just onto technically the wrong pipe. Yeah, there have been moments, many moments, where they have to kind of improv and just make it work. And that was a really good example right there. None of them lost their cool. They just kind of went with it and they got it off the pipe. So that's the fourth goblet finish now. So that tank with the closed door there, again, this is the furnace, which I'm pointing out for those who just joined in. It sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's the temperature of this freshly molten glass. It's kind of the texture of honey, and this is what we start with for any and all of our projects. So we're just about to see them work on the bowl of the goblet, it looks like. The fact that we have this large amount of glass and we're blowing into it tells me that we're working on the bowl of the goblet now. So this is very quickly blown out, and then we create that purposeful weak point we squeeze down with the jacks, those two metal blades, right off the end of the pipe. And just to orient you a little bit, the bottom of the bowl, what's going to be attached to the stem, is furthest away from the pipe right now. So we finished the lower half of the bowl. We'll bring over a pipe and we'll attach this second pipe just right to the center of the bottom. And then we'll break the bubble off of its original pipe with just a little squeeze of the cold tweezers and a quick tap of the pipe. So at this point, we'll just start heating this end up and we'll flare it open completely. And then we'll have another bowl finished. I think earlier they may have made more stems or seahorses, then they made bowls. And for those who just joined in, we're working on making these goblets that you'll see on the front pedestals on either side of me. And these are, well, they have seahorses in the stems. This is specifically a goblet that will go into the Red Hot auction, which will be mid to late September, raise funds for the museum. And each year we basically choose a theme to go off of. And to show you the variety that we've had over the years, I have a slideshow, which we could put up on the screen, please. Hey, could I have our slideshow on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, this slideshow will show off some of the previous year's Red Hot auction goblets and decanters. We do have some decanters as well that we'll be making this year, of course, as always, but I don't have any of those to put on display at the moment. Thank you. So again, at this point, we're just opening this up. These are actually 2 wooden blades that we're using right now. The reason we would use wood on glass, sometimes we use it to be an insulating material, sometimes we use it to be something that's soft on the glass so it won't gouge or scrape at it. And welcome to those who just joined in. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. So we're working on these goblets, which you'll see on the front pedestals right here, either side of me. And these have been worked on for a while. They started working on these months ago for our Red Hot auction coming up mid to late September. It's a yearly auction to raise funds for the museum. And For these goblets in particular, they have a very complex stem. The stem is a sculptural seahorse. And we were working on these seahorses earlier today. We made, we made like 5 or 6 of them. And then we started making a bunch of these bowls. And then we started assembling everything together one by one. And we just finished off another bowl, as you saw at the center bench. It's going to be set aside with anything else that we're just keeping warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit inside of this box. And then what we'll do is we'll create the foot and then pull those components out one by one and attach them onto the foot. It's a decently long process. I think each of these takes maybe 45 minutes or so, with, again, the stem being the most complex part. How many years of a... Yeah, okay, that's what I thought you asked. So each person that works on the full-time team here is between 20 and 35 years of experience working with glass full-time. And Ben, the one who's sitting at the center bench, he's our hot shop manager, and I think he's on the upper end of that experience level. Yeah, I know. You can definitely tell. Yeah. Yeah, I've gotten lots of questions about like the team dynamic today. So the person who sits at the bench, they're called the gaffer, and with our team here, they actually tend to switch off every once in a while, but you will see Ben at the bench quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah, usually it's based off of experience or, you know, something that the person has designed. Our artists will take turns designing store items and other things, and then they'll take that turn sitting at the bench and instructing those around them, or directing those around them, more like. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on our goblets, which you'll see on the front pedestals either side of me. These are for our upcoming Red Hot auction, which will be mid to late September. And right now we're working on the bowl of the goblet, which is the drinking portion, of course. We already have multiple of the seahorses made, which will create the stem. So once we have a few more of these bowls, then we'll actually see them start to attach and finish these goblets completely off. Yeah, I think they said something like 3 or 4 of these will be made by the end of the day. Well, 3 or 4 more from now. And then once we finish one of these off, we'll knock it off onto a heated tray, set it aside with the others inside of the garage, which for the couple of new folks who joined in is this silver box right here, sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, you guys are welcome to take pictures of these, get up close to them on either side for these goblets. And welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We are working on these pieces that you'll see on our front pedestals, either side of me here. And your eyes do not deceive you. These are seahorses in the stems of these goblets. These goblets are specifically for our Red Hot auction, which is coming up mid to late September or so. We're preparing and making these pieces pretty far in advance, starting months ago from today even, because there's so many that we need to get done. But yeah, these are sold during our auction. The entire auction is to raise funds for the museum. And each year, they'll choose a theme, and based off that theme, they'll create sets of goblets and decanters off of that. So actually, I have a slideshow I could show off. Could I have the slideshow of the previous year's designs on the screen, please? Thank you. This will kind of give you an idea of how much these designs will vary year after year. And when it comes to our goblets that we've made today, we already have the seahorses made and set aside, just kind of staying warm. So we're working on the other components, and then we'll start bringing everything together. And anyone's welcome to come take a closer look at these pieces and take photos of them up close. People have been coming down and doing that throughout the day today. And of course, we are probably going to see 3 more of these made today. That's what it sounded like. We'll see 3 more of these goblets finished. We just have to finish off the bowls for the goblets first, the drinking portion right here. Hey everyone. We're working on these goblets that you'll see on the front pedestals. And I was just pointing out some of the really fine details for these pieces. The texture of the body, I've been kind of describing as like a waffle texture. It has ridges going this way on the body and across as well. These are pretty complex simply because of that stem. We already have a lot of these seahorses made and set aside. So what we've been doing now is we're making the bowls over and over again, and we'll eventually start just connecting everything together. So you came in at a good time. We should see, it sounded like 3 more of these made by the end of the day today. I was estimating maybe about 45 minutes per piece, but they're made individually, like section by section. So each of the bowls takes maybe upwards of 20 minutes, and the stem takes just about 20 minutes as well, and then 5 to 10 minutes or so for assembly. No, exactly, yeah. They make it look really easy, and that's because of those years of experience. Yeah, just in case anyone else was curious and maybe didn't hear, I was talking about how these pieces are going into our annual auction, which is our Red Hot auction. That'll be mid to late September. So these are going to be sold, not as auction items, but as, just like an individual item each, or in sets of, I think 2 goblets and 1 decanter or something like that, because there will be decanters along this same theme. And yeah, this is something that is done each year for those auctions. They'll make goblets and decanters that are based off of that year's theme. And I just asked Ben, and he said that these are going for $350 a piece. I was estimating earlier, I guess a little bit high. I was telling people $350 to $450, but good to go over rather than under on accident when you're telling people. Yeah. So all of our equipment is running off of natural gas, actually. So we have a nice large natural gas line, and a lot of this heat that you see, like a lot of this glow, is actually not from the fire itself, but more so a bunch of built up heat in the kiln brick lining the inside of the furnace. And we have a lot of really good insulation in our equipment, so we use a lot less gas than people would imagine. Yeah. But yeah. Exactly, yeah, right. Yeah, so very first step in creating the blown foot, we bring over a bubble of clear glass, we drop it onto the end of another pipe that has basically this little disc of clear, and then we just section this off. When we're doing this, we're not cinching all the way down, so air can still travel in between these two sections of the bubble. So when we break this little piece off the end, we end up with a small opening. We can go on the inside and flare this out now. So yeah, the foot is relatively quick compared to the bowl, and then especially compared to the stem, which is the seahorse itself. Oh, could we catch up the closed captioning, please? So we are getting ready to attach the stem, which is our seahorse. We bring over a fresh hot bit of clear, attach this onto the top of the foot, and this is creating basically a little pad that will attach our seahorse to. So give it a little decorative twist, literally and metaphorically. Ben is going in with the tweezers and he's just twisting the glass all the way around. And then we bring our seahorse over. This has been staying warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit inside of this silver box right here called the garage. So we just pull that out, give it a quick heat, and then pop it right on top. Now all that's left is the bowl of the goblet. So we'll bring over one final little bit of clear glass, attach it right on top of our seahorse, and then we'll pop the bowl on top. So it was just a simple word from Ben. We'll have a fresh bit of clear brought over and attached on top. And then immediately the bowl is brought over and attached as well. That little bit of clear is going to act like a glue and hold those pieces together. And just like that, we have all of our pieces assembled. We still have to straighten things out, and then we'll get ready to break this off and put it away. Yeah, so that was a good save. It's kind of fun to watch them go through that process. I know it's intense, but it just goes to show how controlled everything is and how controlled their movements are and how much thinking has to go into everything. So it was a little bit too strong of a connection. So they started applying some water to crack that connection, and then tapping the pipe is sending a vibration to the connection and hopefully popping it off. And they just did that a few times until it finally came apart. But yeah, if they weren't as careful as they were, it could have broken somewhere else in the piece, and that's what I was describing to some people in the front. But luckily it came off cleanly, and it's in the annealer safe and sound, and it's off to the next piece.